And so, I have to loosen the stencil for the reason that the stencil itself has a certain structure, but more precisely the same paint, which may subsequently break in the skin and give advantage result for us. So to avoid such mishaps, I take the eraser and weakening the stencil. Next, I process to the fixing of the design, that is, we fix our stencil, so that in the process it does no rub off and give us more leeway. Actually, it is not such a tricky method, but for someone it may seem to be an innovation of the something interesting. Now I will show you how I do it. Before that, I tell you a little bit about the paint. Why not do it the old-fashioned way and take a Linus gray wash, for example, and put everything in its place? Over time and experience, I realized that this does not always work for a portrait. When done and mark up on the cheeks, that when I started to paint over with Magnum, it is still a king of gaps that looked very strange. So I decided to do with color. What's more, this recipe was also not new, as my older colleagues used the fixing stencil long before me. The only things I have added to this technology is that I started to use Magnum. So, for example, when we take a place which needs to be marked, but it later shall be painted with the Magnum with a gentle tonal transition. There comes to the technology of the application, when we do the thin lines with the liner, and later this line cannot be overlapped, and there will still be a trace, and because of the different thickness of the paint between the Magnum and the liner. So I took the Magnum and not to simply hold the line, but leave a dusty trail, spreading it very thin. Later it had a very good result, so I am using this type of the marking to this day. Of course, this does not apply to all works. If I need some way to make it smell tattoo, I do not ever think and do not fix the stencil. I work from the top to the bottom or by spots without fixing the idea, for the reason that stencil is enough for me, and in large work for the reason that I do them long. I still want to wipe the work and keep the entire area clean all the time, but with so much time per session, and this number of wiping does not give a good result and wash the stencil away before the end of work. When the stencil is being erased, I get stressed and searching for a print. I have to resort to artistic skills, but the stencil gives it the comfort and freedom from during the session. The only thing, I do not use a stencil like Steve Butcher. I do not use a thermal printer either, because for me there are a lot of necessary graphic information in that kind of print. So I have to find only the basic information in apple and leaves. Hierarchy in the first place is what I'm interested in, the shape of the object, I mean the spot, or I mark any important of the complicated tonal changes that I can't reproduce, but only because I see them from sight vision and give them meaning. Stencil is still done automatically and does not always require us to have special thought process. There are times when I have noted a tonal transition, which was later not useful or alternate out to be incorrect and just begin to confuse. For this reason, I moved away from a complex stencil and tried to use my drawing skill and had more if I detail I wanted to move or change. I easily do it as I feel comfortable, and stencil does not distract me. For example, before I didn't do it, even though I have quite a high artistic skill. I made rather stupid and rude mistake. For example, when I was doing the portrait and instead of the nostril I drew two, I got into the plane in the wrong place. Quickly realized I had made a mistake and began to correct it. It was hard to come up with that, but I will show you on the screen how it was. Instead, I had to do a spark and the process of applying a kind of cover to correct the situation. But in general, I got out of the situation and considered that it's important to get rid of unnecessary stencil and do the meaningful lines the wall really them. Market itself is done in color during work in the color that originally there should be a little delayed because this work and drags time, but the result make itself feel because a lateral glance can distinguish one of another line of color. That is a leaf if it must be green. That I take the green or the contact is red background. There I can use red. Also the line has not the same color but I have some shading so we can work with the tone and the color. If the apple touches the silhouette of different colors, then we use a line of different color. Now we're going to use the yellow, and then we will use the green, and if we go down below and see a different color, we can change the color and make the color touch more red. So the technology is more than clear and it is not related to the set, because it can be done with our colors, but it is more comfortable to use ready-made colors. As for my palette, I have adapted three colors: red, yellow and blue. They are the colors that I always use in addition to any other palette, and if I need to take, for example, a complex portrait, I also use the three additional colors. Often I only use the color in my work. All the coloristics are based on these three pillars. The three basic color. If suddenly it happens that of the picture I initially saw one color ended up with other colors and I understand that my recipe does not work, then I quickly mix myself additional colors that will go well together. As an example of continuing any large long-term work, for example, I now do an apple with the green leaves, and the next time I will do some Sahara desert with a black scorpion, so that the top and the bottom are combined. I need to combine them with some common reflexes. If I choose a palette of the scorpion, I will see reddish and ochre reflexes, depending on the environment where the scorpion is, and the leaves from the below and the draw from another environment, and they have the same reflexes as our scorpion. If I add some green to this reflection with a mixture of this color, blue, yellow and white, I get just ultramarine and aptly and the place where it should be, and them two pictures already play with each other. Thus, we make the composition meaningful. I want to keep you in the moment that we will talk about the technical part of the work and then move on the visual part of the work and talk about the painting and drawing and the structure of the paint. Why I think most artists will be interested to know what I work with. I recommend how I start and how to continue. Actually, this video will help you get started on your journey into the future. Choice of equipment. I am working with a Scorpion machine from ink machines at the moment. It's a cartridge system with a wireless station with an adapter for standard cartridges. I use cartridges quadrant. A minute of advertising and laughter. Choosing a particular type of equipment, you should not be guided by advertising and tips of price, but should actually handle the machine and understand how it lies in your hands. Someone uncomfortable with a round-shaped pen machine. As for me, unlike most people, I like to use a device which does not fall off of the table and sit strictly in the hand, so I always get a fixed position, a model with the cartridge holder up. I don't have situation when I pick up the machine upside down and it is twisted in my hands and the model is incidentally in the wrong position in the beginning of work, so the line or blush with the knot work is a shout. The needle is always soldered with the pusher rod to the bottom of the shoulder. This is a certain standard of the soldering the needle. Pressing the needle to the model. The needle bar draws the pen in when it works, and this is the way it should be. If it's the other way around, the fraught with serious consequences, namely unnecessarily traumatized skin and everything is terrible to the hill. I used to work with Dragonfly machine. In my opinion, this machine were the best for me and for most people for the simple reason that this machine, where technology advanced, they could adjust easily. So I could paint a heel or a knee with a just change of voltage. By tuning its screw, I quickly processed another pain of the body without loss of quality, and if I had to deal with a difficult spot, complex skin, I again can quickly readjust and begin work. The choice of equipment must first meet your standards. If you are just getting started, you will unfortunately need to test many machines in the future. Nowadays, you don't always have to buy them. And some convention or store you can borrow machine for a test drive or ask the colleague to try them out. Machine themselves, on my opinion, should be fast and easy to set up because your comfort depends on it, and you can easily paint on the machine in the head on stomach. As well, on the problem to use configuration on needle even in difficult areas. Regarding all the equipment, in my opinion, there are a number of reasons not to use pure quality needles because the cartridge is quite a complex structure consisting of elements which are difficult to manufacture and even greater complexity and quality control of the manufacturing process, and if a print head which performs certain element of the binding model, it can wear out and print the wrong diameter. The model with assembled will have errors of size, it will vibrate, shake or crumble, self-starting. As most cheap Chinese models show, they may not even be made by the Chinese, but by leading companies. But you must understand that even large companies are not immune to human error and laziness. But this mistake occurs much more often with cheap manufacture. All are immune to standard deviation, and even model wobbles, for example vibration, or needle is loose, or the case itself is easily disassembled, or maybe poorly clicked in the holder or doesn't hold at all. Then it's the result of the bad batch. It's not possible to complete the work in a good quality and comfortably with such a needle, and as minimum not safe. The machine will collect inside itself a lot of infection that will not to be possible to remove because of the modern not assembled equipment. So, I also prefer the manufacture of ink machines, as a links with the bacteria and infection are reusable and the possibility of constant processing and sterilization. But first of all, model itself must block the entry of the infection of the machine. Of course, it's mostly a medical aspect, and I tried this lecture to the highly quality doctor because I did not manage to study and reserve the diploma of the doctor, but I'm telling you want to learn it. Pay attention to the palette itself. It's divided in the warm and the cold side, and you can notice the starch of the work with the lines, the line of the primary contour. I have already divided into warm and cold. My whole set was invented to make working with color easily, and even when you work with stripes, such gradation is light cold medium, cold and dark cold. Also work with warm. There are also two earth tone colors in the set. One way or another this color relied on the leaf palette. These can be stems, twigs, dry leaves, and so on. Anything woody can be done with the auxiliary colors. About the paint, when I was trying to figure out what was missing on the dies of world famous, I used my observation of what exactly I was missing. A couple of years I studied the artistic structure of the leaves, sorting and creating my own touch. I stumbled upon the lack of the complete set, which I can take off a shelf, and undoubtedly it will fit absolutely any kind of leaves. Whether with the spruce branches or oak leaves, a bright juicy fern or walnut, the leaves of the painting will be same and the dyes will be the same, which will undoubtedly be useful to you. I divided the set into 3 parts: warm, cold and earth. The convenience in using the warm and the cold you can find in absolutely every work where there is a volume. If you are going the style and the task to do is leaves with the original volume and without volume. This applies to traditional and non-traditional tattoos, old school and new school. For all stylistics, we will use the same shades. It will be useful as for complex compositional, large traditional work and for realistic tattoos. Just for convenience of the process, all the colors are sorted by tone from light to dark, and if you notice that each work stretch from light to dark, a lot of caps is not necessary to pure because it's not used. The 3 gradation is quite enough for what will be make a smooth gradient, and 3 gradation of another connect one gradient to another. Also, if you need one local color, juicy, bright, or you can also use the original color. Dense, solid paint. Let's proceed to analysis of the technique of application, as no matter what kind of paint we have, no matter how we want to paint it beautifully. After all, tattoo is primary or technical of application. What distinguishes our artistic component from the tattoo component? Not every artist can become a tattooist, but every tattooist must be an artist. This is main idea. The technique of application implies a dense immersion. If a battle deep to pigment under the skin, those colors that we would like to see on the skin, they turn into the negative result and change their color, or are completely washed off after healing, or during the session, or not even hammered it. The main thing is to provide a clear technology of dipping a pigment under the skin. You cannot paint equally well with the same needle if you cannot do the same with the paint. Each pigment requires a different approach. For example, this is a difference between 0.30 and 35 needle, sharp and long and medium. If we stab at the wrist on the middle of the back, we will feel the difference. For the wrist, we need 30 medium sharpening, and for the back, we need a bigger gouge, and preferably with the texture. Faced with the wrong choice of needle, we immediately see heavy bleeding on the puncture side and weak paint mark. It is all about different thickness and diameter of the capillaries, different vascular net. The epidermis itself also had a different structure and density. Generally, the thicker the skin and large pores on it, the thicker and longer needles you should have, and vice versa. For thin skin requires delicate work, so it would be better to use an average length of sharpening and 25-30 diameter. There are all oily, dry or water skin, and each skin type will have a different approach. As you have noticed, in most cases or the outside of the skin just above the ankle is dry skin, so there is a layering technical with not work. But just below the shoulder delta to the elbow, this place on the contrary will withstand a large number of the passes and will heal brilliantly. There are places with technological, contradictional and vice versa very loyal application side and the skin types. I want to tell you about one of the painting techniques that I possess. Almost all colleagues use these techniques. This technique is the flagship of universality of all skin types. If we consider the pattern of behavior during a session, we can understand one example. The first time I took the machine in my hands, I felt it was not working. It is now just pushing the needle back and forth. For some reason, the paint I was using was trying to get under the skin with no succeed. Now, with my experience, I understand that most people do not dip the pigment evenly under the skin because of pure tension in the skin. You have to pull the skin towel with both hands and be very gentle with the process. Don't strain your hands. It is necessary to learn how to pull the area of the skin wishing out to as a stretch drum. In the process of work, you can compare my movements of hands and pay attention to even the smallest difference of the work. Again, if we see the beautiful color in the cap, we have to submerge it under the skin in order of it remain as beautiful after healing, if necessary to densely load it under the skin. The technique of dense dyeing is where the conversation about the tattoo technique begins. If you don't pull the skin well, then the tattoo will not heal well. The paint will not be loaded under the skin well and evenly. If you haven't noticed the problem, then try at your next session. Ask the client or the assistant to the stretch of the skin with both hand and your tattoo. Afterwards, compare the difference between you stretching or with help. You may feel the difference. The paint is more malleable, the machine is running smoothly, and the needle feel like they've been sharpened. Overall, everything should be $100 more expensive by the feel just because you have stretching the skin well. Also, don't forget the center of the tension. Where you stretch it out, that where you paint it. The center of tension has to be there automatically by tactile sensation. At first, you will look for errors, but then everything falls into place. And the signal, this is a vibration on the back of the supporting palm. Also pay attention to the fact that I very rarely clasp the napkin in the middle of the palm. I practically always keep my left hand open. This gives me the opportunity to work with the whole hand and our fingers, and, if necessary, to change one grip for another. Also, by pressing the ring finger and the pinky finger to the center of the palm, you reduce the amount of finger work when pulling. The looser the tendon, the greater the stretch opportunity. In some cases, I need to shorten the grip. For a small part, I can push my fingers to the tendon of my hand. Also, do not stretch with your fingertips. Try to put your fingers flat to increase the radius of the tension. Try to find some problems in your work, record a video of your process, or watch yourself in the process. About technique, if you paint everything the first time, reducing the number of the puncture, then you minimize the trauma and reduce the risk of poor healing. It is necessary to understand the machine works forward-backward principle and the number of punctures and the number of holes. If the machine works quickly and you don't have time to paint the pigment in the skin, then of course you have to go back to the place and paint twice or even 3 times this area. This will most likely give you a sore when healing. And of course, if there are a lot of puncture on the entire job, it will heal with one big sore. In this case, the risk of infection or contagion is quite high, as the injury is already extensive and has completely different status and a more conspicuous healing. Also, pure healing takes away some of the pigment, so we don't need it. Second point, you either have to keep up with the machine or lower the voltage to a minimum. Yes, your work will more slowly, but the color will be denser and it will heal better and everything will be better. You can gradually increase the speed afterwards. The advantage of lower voltage is less pain. In the process, I have worked for over 6 hours and my client has not experienced a sharp pain in discomfort. At minimal speed, your session may last as long as you want. My personal record is 23 hours and my client only complained they did not sleep well during the session. Dense pain itself implies that the pigment will not get dirty. This is the most common question in a good test on knowledge. If your tattoos get dirty during the session, that you don't know how to dye. If you knew how to dye, then your work wouldn't get dirty and all the light color will be clean. Try to work from darker to lightness shaded, but if you take the work into pieces or work from top to bottom while whipping the paint down, then you can keep the work clean even if you don't have good technique. On the top, you can do other light areas, knowing that you can get through the dark paint. So the markings that I have done help me not to smudge my works, even if I somewhere look over or true about it, and stop controlling my movement somewhere but stretching, for example, and I'm sure there will be something wrong in the process. They also question about hand movements, fast or slow, horizontal or vertical, circular. All the movement have to be directed forward according to the shovel principle. If we are digging on our cells, it is not convenient and does not work as well as a tattoo. If we are growing on our cell, it may be convenient, but the skin does not forgive mistakes. There is unnecessary trauma because of lack of the balance of movements. If you paint with the herringbone or circles, it's not important. The main thing is to paint in the direction of the needle, hands and machine. It's also not necessary to jump from right to left. To paint evenly, it's necessary to choose the movement counterclockwise or clockwise, depending on whether you are left-handed or right-handed. The hand motor skill work, so the right hand turns counterclockwise and the left hand clockwise. If you start to twist in one direction, then twist to the end of the movement. From the bottom up, paint will be tightly, and from top down, paint will be spreading and the color will be more transparent. If the goal is to make a dense paint with the minimal trauma, the paint from the bottom up in the direction of the needle stroke and slow down both in motion and voltage. Underpainting. The next part of the blog, I want to talk about the two types of application: one pass and multi-layer painting. What's the difference? In general, this is one fact to remember: the more passes, the duller to the tattoo on healing. The thickness of the pigment will be large, but the color will still not be bright. If you paint in one pass, the color will be brightened. In the place when you have gone one more time, the tone will be duller for the reason the color overlaps another color. It mutes it in something we are forced to do it to remove the pigment directly on the skin. Otherwise the color will be very bright and we will not be able to remove in the one session. But if you want to achieve a color spectrum or brightness, saturation, glossiness, of course, to achieve a vivid color combination such a fire or a fairy world. Everything that doesn't concern the matte shade you paint in one pass, and only occasionally for the technical need to use a second, third layer. That is why I use small groups of the needle to immerse on the first time and for life. The color that I conceived originally, stretching the gradient mix the color with the color. What does it give me? Of course, I can make a touch-up and combine this color with each other, but there is a big problem. All this after healing in 10-15 years begin to die slowly. All the color that were supposed to be bright becomes stale. This doesn't apply only to those colors that I went over on. What's the advantage of this or that technique? If you want to make some place more dusty or pastel, that no doubt you can use the technique in layers. Most importantly, before laying the middle tone, and then you can layer it as much as you can and as much as skin allows. All depends on your hand is. But if you need to something bright, glossy, such a glossy effect on metal, maybe just a bright color and transition from bright and blue to pink, that you need to work more thick and small groups of needle. Then you need to work more thick and small groups of needle, lay off the color gradually. Work slow and laborious, but tattoo is called tattoo to be eternal. And if tribal tattoo wore off in couple of years, for example, one of problem of present tattoo, that it also wouldn't be done at all. At all times, all tattooists aspired to longevity of their works and only after to beauty and values. Our task is so fix it to life as we have conceived it. To sum up, one pass painting give us longevity, and multi-layer tattoo does not give brightness. but gives an opportunity to create last effects. For example, in 10 years from the moment of application will be observed migration color from place to place. That will give as color is it will look good if we originally decided it to be like this. This is technical I do when I do portraits. At the place of the cheeks blush collected a large number of the color close to tone each other. It creates a color mass. That mass is deliberate, and the migration of the color will help me to create a truly realistic skin color on healing and long life of the tattoo. Painting errors. Using such a technique will help to achieve complex effects in an easy way. This is giving work for the tattoo artist. If you had not painted an area of the skin as densely as you would like, then do not rush to repaint it at all, but leave this area at the end of the work. What for? As an example of my own work, I will purposely leave some place empty and loose. Somewhere the edge will be torn, or somewhere I will not paint as dense and required, but more watercolor. I'll explain on the example of space. Today I also use in my work, but you will see in the final stage. I try to explain. Space you make a dark blue, black, purple or green carpet pad, depending on the color of space. Don't forget the stars. It's hard to go around each star or Milky Way so that is dense. So I will paint a roughly chaotic order using only an approximate idea. What to do with a lot of stars and shades? You just have to paint and keep the stars spot in mind. Many stars worth paint. Few star gaps for a single star we will always find. Then we do the delicate work and finish. My leaves are the same example. I paint carelessly where there should be veins or texture, and then I can lighten the veins or emphasize the texture of the leaf. It's the same with the stars. I just put different color and different size star and underline the shape of some on the individual stars. It's a colorful with a dusty effect and sharp stars. As you know, if you go over the back paint with the white, it turns gray. So I can put dull star with just a shot of white and any other color. If I get a blank skin, the star will be brighter. For example, in green, if you decorate over white, it will be a dirty but still medium tone ultramarine. It will last a lifetime. It turns out quite original. Paint set the middle part of my work. I'm going to tell you about my paint and yet how to use it. The pigment itself is a powder, which has its composition various additives to facilitate immersion under the skin. Alcohol, thickeners, secatives, water, and a number of different components depending on the color. Not all dyes have the same recipe. Some pigments do not contain glycerin or shellac, for example. There are only water-based paint. They are only water-based paint. The colors are not always the same and the powder in them is always different. The structure and chemical composition of one pigment is different from another. In order for the color to mix well with each other, it is necessary to bring them to the same optimum working standard. That is why world famous has the status of the best paint. It mixes well under the skin without any problem in the dye cup and the dip of the needle. Technology of producing paint is not necessary for us, but I want to tell you a little about the composition of the paint. All colors are made from a small amount of the pigments, and all rich palette which is presented, that is not some ready grinded minerals, but mixture of colors from a small amount of pigment. So, in my work I use such color as green, red, blue, yellow, black and white. There are not other shades in the mix. This is to bring the dispersion of the paint in one position for a comfortable and stable application in each session. The amount of liquid in the paint is strictly regulated. The lighter the color, the more white pigment in it. Thus the cross dispersion of white color allows to make the paint more covering and makes dipping of the pigment easier and more comfortable for tattooists. Dark pigment have shellac and glycerin in their composition so that the pigment is not dirty and easily adheres to the needles for easy insertion under the skin. Of course, the composition of the paint we don't need because we need to take the paint and feel comfortable using the pigment. The word is yours. I hope this set will help create cool tattoos with the comfort and easy. If you have lives in your tattoo, then you can take the set or the shelf with confidence and pour in the caps, knowing that there is not a single extra color or shade in the set that you are missing. Everything is made for your convenience. Blurring the background. Sometimes, in order to achieve a good result, it is necessary to use different techniques and methods. Dense coloring is not always necessary, and some watercolor air blur is needed to create an air perspective, softness, or simply for the pictorial technique. I will combine the two methods, such as watercolor and dense coloring. What do I get out of it? There is such a thing in art as paint thickness. In the tattoo, different thickness and covering is also actively used. You will see under the blurred paint structure and the skin tone even after 10, 15, 14 years. The amount of paint is minimal, and next to the dense pigment it will give a visual distance between pigments. This is called an airy perspective. In my work I emphasize the foreground with more covering paint, and I blur the background to create a space effect. So I create a more interesting look for my tattoo. Despite the fact that my style is realistic, I still think first of all about design. So I often use stylization and decorative details. More simplify the work and somewhere on the contrary complicated, trying not to rewrite the information from a picture and make your own taste and thoughts in the image. All this make my tattoo original and gives longevity to my work. Why do I give a blurred background in the circumference of the tattoo? The fact that all tattoos sooner or later need to continue, and by doing so I give myself the chance to easily continue and connect one background to another. Once such a transparent coating of the background, I can put the next time or a detail without difficulty overlapping the background. Also, because of the background blur, the work looks complete. All this gives visual distance and technical connection. It is just a trick the work technology of application. Remember that the slower we work, the denser the pigment, the faster we paint, the smoother and more transparent will be our paint. I hope my tips will give a new vector in development and will help you in the future. layer by layer application. What about spraying on top? Layer by layer application is done carefully and thoughtfully. If you get dirty with a light colored paint, it's a signal that you have not properly dipped in the paint and broke the skin. In this case, it's best to avoid repairing this area. It is not possible to change the color or tone on the pigment you already have. It's better to go to another area. If you are able to densely color the surface without unnecessary injury, you can proceed. Little or not bleeding will be the signal. I recommended you to release the pressure of the machine and lower the voltage to avoid unnecessary punctures. So you can make your work interesting and make the healing successful. Still, it is not always the customer's fault and the healing is bad, but most often the fault of the master is that he does not know how to work with his equipment. The customer will not understand it. The customer will not understand it. But deep down inside we know that we are to blame for the lack of proper technique. The tattooist is responsible for the result, a professional in his field. By spraying, I mean any gradation of color performed in a layer by layer application. What do you have to understand? For example, if you did a light green, it needs to keep the same temperature. To ultramarine cold on top, I recommended to take dark green also cold. If you took a warm light olive, you can take a warm dark herbal color and apply it to the top. Background and airy perspective. I also want to tell about the background and my observation about it. Not the best variant of the background is its incompleteness. All background must have a clear semantic limit and must not have abrupt edges, irregular shapes. Today, many artists refuse their background replacing all of the abstract object or place the tattoo in a strict form or frame. Beautiful sleeves or leg sleeves imply a large number of the background, otherwise the object will be inscribed in the space. I want to share my experience in using aerial perspective. The aerial perspective is a change in color, saturation and density in favor on the horizon. When you are in coniferous forest, you see red, green and brown colors in the trees that are close to you, and the trees in the distance, they will go away into space, losing color and changing it to more gray colors. So, a boat with the red sails near the shore and a boat at the horizon. The boat near you will have red sails and a colored base, and the distance, it will just be a gray silhouette. You will not be able to distinguish the color in the distance because of the density of the air, which reflects color through aerial perspective. You will see gray in the distance and gray in the near. You can also use mountain as example. All mountains stand a different distance from us. The mountains near you will give you color and texture. You can see snow, waterfalls or forest, and the further away the mountains, the details are harder to see. In the end, you can only see the shape of the mountain with single light gray color. That's how the physical laws of the nature work. Put one hand close to your face and the other hand in front of you. You will notice that the color on one hand and the second hand will be different, or rather the color saturation and details in the hand itself. It concerns all fine art and tattooing. If I do a red apple, after it everything must gradually lose its saturation. Otherwise, the color on the apple will not shine and will lose contrast. It's the same with the leaves. That's how the contrast rules work. You have the contrast the bright ones with the ones that are not so bright and vice versa. If we are drawing the sky, it's reverse perspective. If we are looking at the sunset, I will be very bright and we have fresh lush grass in the foreground. Everything will be dull and not very bright. All for the sunset color to stay bright and colorful. Again, due to the density of the air. Aurora borealis is a phenomenon that occurs due to the refraction of dense air when the sun rays are refracted in the atmosphere. Rays from the solar wind passing through the poles transform the aurora borealis. Highlights. The technical question about glare gives us the chance to think about how to put them and when, at what stage of the work it is best to do it. Highlights is mostly done at the end of the session before the final photo is taken. If you do a glare in the beginning, it will most likely get dirty and the photo will not be successful. Minimal chance that the dirt will remain on the highlights. At the dyed skin stage, only the epidermis layer and rarely penetrates in the dermis or the basal membrane. Epidermis at healing necessary updates and descends together with the dirt, then makes the tattoo on a healing clean. But we have to forget about the beautiful picture. 99% of the dirt comes of the next day at the morning rinsing, as profuse outflows of lymph dry most of the excess paint, including those in the upper layers of the skin during the night. The main thing is to survive the dissatisfied smile of the customer who sees dirty highlights, but we know that everything will be fine. Just don't get a picture. So I try to finally highlights when I'm sure that this area I will not return and there is no risk to soil the finished beautiful work. I would add that the glare does not have to be wild. Each object has its own temperature, and if it is a color tattoo, then of course we must keep this temperature and saturate the highlight at least a little bit by heat or cold. On the example of fire, we will saturate the flames not with a white base, but with the lightness yellow. Around the flame the background should be blue and in the center burn. So in my work I mix highlight with ultramarine or herbal colors, thus getting in touch with the temperature of the leaf area. In my work I will leave blank spaces for glare when the piece is finished. I will put a purely white glare, but their number will be small. Just watching my highlights and watching what they do collects. I'm obligated to tell you where they should be put and where not. There is a rule of a volume, and it says that the flare is set against the reflex. It is set on a glossy surface, and on matte surface the flare disperses and will not be bright and sharp. If the form is the same, then the glare is the same, which can disperse or disintegrate into texture. If there are 2 or 3 or more shapes, then there will be as much glare. It is not necessary to set highlights, relying only on the source, and dab the whites where it's lighter than the black. Again, it is necessary to achieve distance between the object, and if the highlights are the same, then there will be no distance between the object. If you make the nearest leaf bright and the back one dim, then the glare will be directly proportional. On the near side leaf it will be bright, and on the back side leaf it will be dull or without glare. It is the same in a portrait. At the 3/4 level, the eyes cannot be the same level, so there has to be a leading eye and a secondary one which will have or not dimmer glare. I will mix the white paint with the gray or deepen it with another color to get not bright glare, thus distancing one eye from the other, turning in the space from one quarter on the head to another. It is necessary to show the difference between the primary and secondary. The same is true of color and size. This is already a compositional trick. The fixation of the idea. The second part of my lecture is related to drawing and painting, and, in my opinion, it is still the basis for a good result. If we do something automatically and stupidly sketch it, then we are not going into creativity and going just a copy of which subsequently cannot repair itself. Our task is to develop their own character, style and touch. The more we know, the more we can repeat and apply in the creation, showing it to the public on regular basis. Our work will to be different from each other, but will grow in technique, leaving behind their own unique touch. Fixing the idea refers to the layout I showed at the beginning. I have an idea in my head and it has to go straight to the skin, in the sense that I have in my mind. If you have a freehand design, you have to fix it fast and not jump around from place to place or work like printer from the bottom up. It is necessary to apply the contour, quickly fix the idea and begin to work hard through each area with technology that you want. Kicking off the contour, gradually paint or work step by step, moving from element to element, as in my case. Fixation must occur to what will be the great work. It's not lost because every day is a new mood, and a new mood is a change of result. This change of result does not always have a positive effect on the mood ourselves. So we drive in ourselves in a framework, forcing to adhere to this vector throughout our process of the tuning. It is necessary to fix the form, light, shade, color of the contour, and so depending on the style or idea. Shadow light. First of all, I pay attention to the shape of the object and how it fits in with its surroundings. Background, for example. There is such a notion as an expressive spot, blur of the object, or a spot in the object, spot of the object in the silhouette. This object itself is the original information about the object and its shape. We can distinguish the hand of the face from other objects, such as branches, leaves, and so on, reading the information and mood from the first spot. As for my work, I show that each leaf is a spot that is different from another spot. I cut off the leaves from the background, showing sharpness in the work. If there is not sharpness, then the work becomes cloudy and not clear. When we make the leaves, they have to be sharp. We have the foreground, apple, leaves, branches, and the background is the focused environment consisting of the same leaves and apples, but behind the main picture. Foreground shall be summarized on the big spot of leaves and apples. The second status of the spot is the light shadow spot. Light shadow. The second rule of the volume. The silhouette of the sphere, it is only a disk. From the first spot we get only a feeling of the roundness of the object. And to understand that it is a sphere, we have to divide the light and the shadow. An apple and leaf have same rule. We divide the shadow into light and, if necessary, into a reflex and a glare. As for the non-volume tattoos, we can only use light and shadow. Disney cartoons do not have tonal volume in the main characters, but they look quite alive. If we are going border work, then the main thing is the shape of the object, a spot, the silhouette of the object, and coloring is to you tasty as pepper and salt in your food. If we separate spot in the object, we just highlight the area of light and the shadow. If there is shadow, then there must be light, and vice versa, one cannot be without the order. Each leaf in my three-dimensional image has both light and shadow. Two spots are responsible for the shape of the object, another for light and shadow. That's why I use my palette dark and light color to emphasize the light and emphasize the shadow. Warm and cold splits temperature into cold light and warm shadow and warm light and cold shadow. Everything becomes simple when we know the rules. A reflex may or may not be there, but my work is based on reflection and color conversation. The active use of reflexes gives me great vividness. If there is an apple next to leaves, then on an apple there will be colors from leaves, and on leaves there will be some red spots from an apple. This is just the color exchange. If I have any continuation of the tattoo above, on the shoulder for example, the color of the scorpion on the picture and the tattoo will be different because I will fit the scorpion to the environment, given a little green color of the wool bottom of the scorpion. It is also a color exchange and harmony in the composition. Coloristics. Moving on to the most interesting topic. Personally, for me, it was the most difficult way of learning, as anatomy is still amenable to mathematical calculation, but I work with color and base it on experience and sensations. I started with composition and finished with perception. I will try to explain my experience in my own world. Coloristics and its science of the color and its use. It includes tones, color, hue, saturation, warm, cold, contrast, basic palette and basic tones. I want to tell you first of all about the general tone. The general tone is the first color impression of the object. The apple is red, the leaves is green, the sky is blue, is the first color impression of the work. You can also perceive the object in terms of temperature, perceiving it as warm or cold. We divide a basic tone into the simplest basic colors as we allocate them on the palette. At mixing of tone of this base paint, we receive enough big palette with a wide range of color. The color wheel is not a table for calculating the proportion or and harmony of colors, but only a map of tips for a comfortable combination of a group of colors. Sometimes we get confused with the mixing colors. For example, to achieve orange we need yellow and red, and for green, yellow and blue or black. For that, there is a primary color wheel which show what I get when mixing 2 or 3 colors. Without yellow, it is not possible to mix green, as well as purple or orange. Exceptions are pure synthetic color, such as pure violet, pure green or pure orange, without admixtures. You can use this color to mix bright color, but if your palette is drier, you don't need use more of the primary colors: yellow, blue, red. Of course, if we use only 3 colors, there is a risk that a complex color will fade into spot over the light of the tattoo, because the more powders on the color, the more complex the color and the greater the risk that one pigment will dissolve and the other will remain. For example, a bad composition of cherry bomb paint but intense crumbled after a while because dark red has a compound of black and red, and this paint have a different graining of powder on different chemical structure. Red color has stronger and lighter resistance compared to black, so the black pigment crumbled into smaller particles and went out of the body, leaving behind only transparent red spot instead of dark red. This applies to almost all browns where black pigment is used to achieve depth of color. Can you imagine what a slurry will be with a complex color with a 5-6 powders? The purer the pigment, the more predictable the result. That's why I mix pure color using green, blue, red and yellow. This doesn't mean that the work in the 3 colors will give a bad result. Our paint has a good composition of the formula of mixing if given a certain standard. Many tattoo artists say that they do not like to mix and want to take the color pure from the can. There is some truth and comfort in this, but we must improve the coloring skill and not let the brain relax. Only by practicing in mixing color will we be able to see the color and its complex shades broadly. If you can quickly mix 3 colors of ultramarine or brick color, you can start to see it where others do not see it. If you can mix in the whole 1000 colors without any problems, you will definitely see more and get more color than most of people you work with. If you can mix gray with black and white, that's good. You at least save time and money by not having to buy a set of 5-6 grays and move from cap to cap, wasting time. Imagine if you can mix the steel gray yourself using black and white and a drop of blue. That will be great. Of course, this brain number if convenient at first, because you have to get used to learn to mix the color in the process. Going from one cup to another. Ready to use color for style that require one big color to fill. In a complex painting, more color is needed, so don't worry not being able to reproduce exactly the color you want at first. This will come with time and will set you apart. as a professional. If you are afraid to do this at a tattoo, then be sure to practice color on a paper. Build up your colorist look at your free time by trying to mix pink with a red and white, or blue with blue and white combining with pink to purple. Then the complex colors. As soon as you can mix the whole color wheel, you will see a variety of colors and a big role for reflection. The whole world will become multicolored and ordinary things will bloom with a new color. The sky will not be blue at all. A normal person sees only the basic tone and the stretching from light to dark. And an advanced artist sees different shades and tints, making simple things more complicated. This will make your work more complicated and difficult to copy and steal. It will be virtually impossible to reproduce your color sense. The second advantage is that your client has no knowledge and doesn't understand the whole process, but he understands if it's good or not. There is sense, taste and comfort. He just says what he likes and does not go into detail about why. If the work is smooth, technical and complexly colored, then it looks expensive and does not create a bad impression. The chance that you will be chosen as master is higher than others with only these three parameters. Style is a matter of taste. When you can mix the whole palette yourself, you can control the color. Otherwise, the color from the picture will control you. Application technical grade needles, mesh and paints give you opportunity to show what you can do. How do I see the underlying tones in a picture? Before you start, just try to get impression of the image. For example, the glows are red. This is base tone. You can squint your eyes, defocus your vision, or use the pasteurization mask in Photoshop to get the original color of the image. Split the red into 2-3 tones and simplify the task. In my example, the leaf is green, and then I can break everything into tones, add some complexity by adding tonal stretching. The basic tone is the use of simplifying the palette by finding the basic shade of the certain plane. This is where the question of complementar arises. My work is not so complicated because it just has red and green, but I have to make it more complicated by means of complementary, the combination of complex color. In the palette, I add gray areas, and for example, in the apple, I add purple to complicate any part of the image, attracting all the attention there. I add reds to green and pears to reds, brown to grays, to make it comfortable and rich. If we do orange fire, we must do green and purple background. Be sure to put olive color and the deep purple to make our fire lit under a combination of complementary and contrasting compounds. If the neon pink glow that we need to determine its temperature. Neon usually gives a cold glow, and to a pink cold glow must be contrasted with the black. It does not have a temperature. We have to use magenta, purple and blue to create deep. My harmony in this work will be a combination of green, blue, red and yellow. If we divide the work in a half, the bottom will be red and the top of the green. Although the apple itself has a fractional temperature, the whole work also has a color combination of warm and cold. Green itself is not yellow, but not blue, as well as purple. Not yet red, but not longer blue. It is two middle links that stand opposite each other with the same value. So my green is not blue yet, but not yellow yet. And my apple also has a purple cast in some places because it is not orange yet, but not blue anymore. Everything has to get along with each other. More complex dirty color will also add variety to the work. I'll work with the color is the friendship between colors. If you know how color combination work, you can add comfort to your work. So you can bring harmony at the sleeves or suits. So you can combine, for example, not only two tattoos next to each other, but also the right hand with the left hand, and drew all the color schemes from the design and fashion. It's widely used there. To give examples, to a black suit, a red handkerchief, or the blue jeans, a brown belt. So you can emphasize the serenity of the combination of ochre and blue color, or shouting color from black to red. For example, a dress polka by Buena Vista red is used to emphasize the meaning. Tone and hue. In color harmony, there is such a concept as hue and contrast. These concepts give an interesting effect and a tasteful picture. Tone is a color that is stretched in the gradation from dark to light. For example, the blue from light blue to dark blue, or gray from black to white. 50 shades, tones of gray. If you play with the tone, you can go from blue to red, passing through light blue to light pink. Going from light to dark, we get the spectral value of the color, the pure color that we take as a basis, and from its step to the light using white or to the dark using black. To make our work bright, we need to use spectral colors to achieve maximum luminosity and contrast. We will not use muddy color. In order to support the contrast of sky blue, we have to use dark blue instead of black to support of the blue background. For contrast, we use red next to it. Hue, tint. This is more complex mixture of colors. Portrait work, for example, is all about hue. I use both tone and hue, and in my sets I use both tone and a hue. A hue is an admixture of color in a tone. For example, gray with a touch of the red, violet gray, blue with a touch of yellow, ultramarine. A touch is a mix of color. The harmony of complex color is difficult to achieve because they use color with a wide range in their composition. Color saturation placed in the spectral value. Maximum saturation is the maximum brightness of the color. Red, pink or green-red color. There are many artists who work in spectral color such as Pancho or Sander Draukish. They give maximum brightness through contrasting combination of the spectral colors. I like more pastel works that do not scream, and I am guided by the work of Sivak, Samokhin or Dan Yakovlev. I like their works because they are gentler and calmer, in general more pastel. I myself am rather calm and melancholic person and do not like bright and garish. On the contrary, more muted color, but I like to emphasize the main thing, and just the same is starting to lay bright and garish color to attract attention. All knowledge is needed in order to be able to control their sensation. If you want to do something pastel, you need to use more complex shades. To achieve the screaming work, need to use simple spectral color. My work is done in 2 shades of warm and cold, and 3 gradations, 3 tones, light, medium and dark, and light, medium and dark, and 2 auxiliary shades to paint any earthy color, roots, branches and so on. Contrast. Contrast color are the light and dark. Black is white, light is a dark. Or shades. Red is blue, yellow is a neutral. On the example of the magnet. In the magnet there are plus or minus fields, and this is just physical contrast. And for designation purposes we use the color contrast or red and blue. Wires are tainted in the same way now. Complicated combination of color are violet against yellow and blue against orange. Against the green will be magenta or madder lake red and purple. This will create contrast. If you want to emphasize a color, then select it with a contrasting color. The essence of the contrast is the selection, such a highlight, light, or place a glare or an object or a detail in the subject. On my set are the opposite colors such as warm green and cold blue and go against the red. Finishing my lecture, I would like to say that it's not necessary to have a ready-made set if you have a great experience with paint and excellent color sense. If you have any problems with mixing or color matching, then this set is helpful and you can confidently take any image in green. This applies not only to leaves and grass, but any color scheme in green. This can be both Hulk and Leprechaun. In combination with other set, it is also an excellent result. Mix it with the other color on the 100%. After a year of working and testing this recipe, I can say that it is safe, hypoallergenic, heals well, and does not retain melanin. After the healing, it does not leave any spots, and the color does not fade. This is set working in both white and dark skin. While working with it, didn't experience any discomfort or problem. While working with the green colors, I didn't need any additional green color. I recommend to everyone, and I hope this video will help you to develop yourself. Thank you everyone for watching my video. I hope this video helped everyone to improve the skills. World famous forever.
Dear friends, I thank each of you for watching this video. I hope it will be useful for you. I try to show how simple things can become complex, and I hope I succeeded. This work was done by my green leaf set. In practice, I have shown you that is enough to make the most picturesque work. I hope you can do it the same way like me, or even better. Buy the green leaf set from the official representatives of our famous tattoo ink. Andrey Kolbasin was with you. Peace for famous forever.